May I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, distinguished guests, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen. It is my very great pleasure to welcome you to this graduation ceremony that is part of our 600th academic celebrations. Presiding at today's graduation ceremony is the Chancellor, the Right Honourable Sir Menzies Campbell, and the Principal and Vice-Chancellor, Professor Louise Richardson. In a few moments, the academic procession will enter the hall. To welcome the academic procession, members of the St. Servetus Chapel Choir will lead us in singing the Gaudeamus. Please take this opportunity to join in. The words can be found in your programme. At the end of the graduation ceremony, the academic procession will be ushered from the hall and walk along North Street, from where they will enter the quadrangle through the archway. Please wait in your seat until the academic procession has left the hall. Ushers will then show you to an appropriate exit. Outside, you will be directed to the quadrangle. Photography is permitted. However, in the interests of safety, please remain seated when taking photographs. Given the importance of the occasion, this is a long ceremony. We recognize that you may wish to take a short break or make use of the facilities. You should do so when you feel it is appropriate during the proceedings. However, for security reasons, we regret that we will be unable to leave the building during the graduation ceremony. If you hear the fire alarm, please remain seated while the alarm is investigated. If you hear a sustained fire alarm, please rise and ushers will show you how to evacuate the building. The meeting point is outside in North Street. Please now take this opportunity to ensure that all electronic devices which may interrupt any aspect of the graduation ceremony are switched off. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoy this afternoon's graduation ceremony.
Oremus, omnipotens et aeternae Deus, actiones nostras omnes aspirando praeveni, et adjuvando prosequi, ut cuncta nostra operatio, et praesertim hoc quod nunc ad gredima opus, a te incipiat, et per te coiptum finiata, quod tenus sanctum nomen tuum glorificamus, et misericordia tua vitam aeternem consequamur, per Iesum Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen.
Please be seated. Mr. Secretary, distinguished guests, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome you to this, the 600th anniversary graduation ceremony of the University of St Andrews. Before turning to the conferring of honorary degrees, I should like to read 2 letters of congratulation which the University has been privileged to receive in the past few days. His Holiness Pope Francis was pleased to be informed of the celebrations marking the 600th anniversary of the foundation of the University of St Andrews, and he sends cordial greetings to all taking part. As the university enters its 7th century of activity, His Holiness is confident that the noble work of education and research in a wide range of academic fields will continue to flourish in the city that bears the name of Scotland's patron saint. And he prays that under the guidance of the Holy Apostle who brought Peter to Jesus, all who study and teach there will be led towards an even deeper knowledge of goodness, beauty, and truth. Recognizing the inestimable service to the common good that universities provide, the Holy Father encourages all the members of Scotland's oldest university to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of learning, in accordance with the high ideals that inspired its foundation. His Holiness invokes upon all the staff and students of the university, both past and present, the abundant blessings of Almighty God as a pledge of heavenly peace and joy. We have also received another, perhaps more personal message from one known here as William Wales, who of course is now the Duke of Cambridge, who met the now Duchess here, and both of whom graduated from this stage together. And the Duke writes, "As a proud new father, I've come to think more than ever about the world our children will inherit, and the role of education, research, and intellectual courage in our society has never seemed so important. For Catherine and me, the University of St Andrews is an emblem of these virtues. For centuries, the university has pushed its students to challenge accepted wisdom, to see in a new light, and to cherish the value of independent thought. Students fortunate enough to come to St Andrews will leave with more than they perhaps expected to find, not just an excellent education, but an understanding of the power of knowledge and its capacity to shape a better world." He finishes, "As proud patron of the anniversary appeal, I'm delighted to offer my congratulations to all the university's honorary graduates today, and my warmest congratulations to an institution that may be 600 years old, but which has never been as vital. Happy birthday, St Andrews." Ladies and gentlemen, His Holiness and the Duke of Cambridge. I call upon the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University.
Chancellor, honoured guests, my Lord, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And thank you, each and every one of you, for coming today to help us celebrate 600 years of education in this extraordinary university in this beautiful, unlikely place. At this gathering, which officially is a meeting of the Senatus Academicus, we will confer honorary degrees on 17 distinguished individuals who in their lives, encompassing a wide range of fields, exemplify our Homeric motto, ever to excel. We could think of no more appropriate way to celebrate our history than to invite these extraordinary individuals to become graduates of this great university, or in the words of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Cambridge, on launching our celebrations, far and away the best university in the world. The precise moment of graduation occurs when this graduate's cap, or baraton, touches the head of the graduand, as occurred at the University of Paris, which was the model for our founders. Until very recently, it was thought that this was actually a piece of John Knox's breeks, or trousers. But much to the relief of some of us, we discovered that it is actually the cap bought for the graduation of Sir John Arbuthnot in 1696. He went on to become private physician to Queen Anne, a noted literary figure, an accomplished political satirist, and creator of the memorable figure John Bull. His cap has been in use in our graduations for the past 317 years. Present at our ceremonies for considerably longer have been our medieval maces, commissioned at a time when there were few buildings, no library, scarce teaching materials, and very few books. They were powerful symbols of the authority of the university and bear testimony to the interfaculty rivalry that dates to our very foundation. They missed that. The beginnings of the university were modest. 8 European-educated Scottish scholars, led by renowned philosopher Lawrence of Lindores, started teaching here in May 1410. This appears to have been in response to intrigue at the Council of Pisa, which left them at risk of being treated as schismatics in part of Europe. Over the next 3 years, they acquired a charter from the bishop and then 6 papal bulls of foundation from Pope Benedict XIII. The bulls spoke of St. Andrews being an ideal spot for a university, given its peace and quietness, its abundant supply of victuals, and the number of hospices and other conveniences for students. The Pope continued, "We are led to hope that this city, which the divine bounty has enriched with so many gifts, may become the fountain of science." This was quite an ambitious statement at a time when few noblemen could sign their names. It took 5 months for the bulls to travel from Benedict's Palace in Peniscola to St. Andrews. This summer, we are retracing the route on bicycle. Tomorrow afternoon, the last of 6 relay teams will cycle into the quad to deliver a replica of the papal bull that has been carried from Peniscola. 600 years is a very long time. How many institutions can you think of who've been around that long? How many organizations, companies, governments? Not many. We were founded before the printing press, before the Battle of Agincourt, before the construction of the Forbidden City in Beijing, before the construction of Machu Picchu in Peru, before Columbus arrived in the Americas, and before Joan of Arc waged battle. We have lasted this long because of the enduring value of what we do, because we serve as foundations for our democracy, as guardians of our culture, as engines of our economy, as drivers of social mobility, and always as generators of new ideas. As we celebrate our own anniversary, it's worth thinking about a few others. This year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Martin Luther King's speech, "I Have a Dream." We celebrate the 150th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. We celebrate the 100th anniversary of the birth of Albert Camus, the 200th anniversary of the births of Richard Wagner, Giuseppe Verdi, Soren Kierkegaard, and the 300th anniversary of the birth of Diderot. And we ought to celebrate the 900th anniversary of the 12th century Azerbaijani poet Masari Ganjavi. The anniversaries we choose to celebrate reveal much about ourselves. As we planned our 600th anniversary, we decided that we would base this academic occasion loosely on the 500th celebrations that took place here in 1911. Then, as now, university leaders were unsure which date between 1410 and 1414 to choose as the foundation date. They selected 1911, apparently because it coincided with Principal Donaldson's 80th birthday and 25th year in office. They opted to celebrate over 4 days in September. We have opted to celebrate over 3 years. Over the next couple of days, you will see that we have used many of the designs and the menus used on that occasion. But there are, of course, differences. It took 4 weeks to construct the temporary building to house the equivalent of this ceremony. 3,573 people attended. British war vessels were at anchor in the bay, and guests from over 100 universities around the world were housed in the homes of staff throughout the town. The guests, some of whom had sailed from as far away as Australia, were described as representatives of the whole of the learned civilized world. The university awarded 100 honorary degrees that day, 98 of them to men. In looking back at that celebration, what is striking is not only that the women did all the organizing and the men gave all the speeches, but the content of those speeches. Those speeches looked backward. They looked with justifiable pride and great eloquence at the development of the university, but they were looking backward. The thousands of people gathered here in 1911, representing the learned civilized world, appear to have been completely oblivious to the fact that a cataclysm was about to descend on their world in the form of World War I, just 3 years later. As we all celebrate today, I can't help wondering, where are the voices we are not hearing? Where are the developments we are not seeing? What are the questions we are not asking? This university, and others like it, are deeply engaged in the economic, social, and cultural world around us, and so it should be. But we must preserve our autonomy, and above all, our independence of thought and freedom of inquiry, so that we can also have some distance from that world, to ask the questions no others do, to push at the frontiers of knowledge, and to imagine a future we cannot foresee. If universities do not do this, nobody will. For an institution like ours, an anniversary is an opportunity, of course, to celebrate our achievements, and indeed our survival, but it is also an opportunity to remember, to reflect, to be reminded of the debt we owe to those who've gone before us, and our responsibility to those who come after us. An occasion on which to be inspired to greater achievement, an inspiration ever to excel. Thank you for joining us.
I call upon Professor John Hudson of the School of History.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Natalie Zeman Davis for the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa. On this historic occasion, it's appropriate that our first honorary graduate is Natalie Zeman Davis, one of the world's most distinguished and best-known historians. She is famed for the depth of her archival research and her at once disciplined and vividly imagined reconstruction of the past. She received her doctorate from the University of Michigan in 1959 for her thesis on Protestantism and the printing workers of Lyon, a study in religion and social class. She then taught at Brown, at the University of York in Toronto, and the University of Toronto itself, before spending much of the 1970s at the University of California at Berkeley. Her employment there coincided with what might be described as interesting times. I'm told that when the Black Panthers took over some of the campus, most of the faculty members fled from them. Natalie went out and talked with them. In 1978, she moved to Princeton, where she was Henry Charles Lee Professor of History until 1996. She now retains connections with both Princeton and the University of Toronto, the latter the city in which she lives. Professor Davis was the president of the American Historical Association in 1987. In 2010, she won the extremely prestigious Holberg International Memorial Prize. In 2012, she was presented with the National Humanities Medal by President Obama. Professor Davis's first book, published in 1975, was a highly influential set of interrelated essays on society and culture in early modern France. Particularly famous are analyses of Charivari and feasts of misrule. This essay in particular should be compulsory reading for all students as Raisin Weekend approaches in a few weeks' time. Wider fame came with her role as historical consultant for the film The Return of Martin Guerre and the book that she published on the same subject in French in 1982 and in English in 1983. At the same time, she was working on a book on the practice of gift-giving in early modern France, which appeared to acclaim in 2000. Like much of her other work, this displayed the interdisciplinary nature of her approach, most obviously in this case with the influence of the French anthropologist Marcel Mauss. She was also developing her ideas on the relationship between historical writing and historical film, and in 2000 published Slaves on Screen, Film and Historical Vision. Her interest in relations between religions and between cultures is manifest in her most recent book, Trickster Travels, a 16th century Muslim between worlds. As ever, her work manifests the unself-conscious topicality that resonates through many of the greatest studies of the past. And as ever, it shows her to be what she wishes to be, a historian of hope. Chancellor, in recognition of her major contribution to the study of history, I invite you to confer on Natalie Zeman-Davis the degree of Doctor of Letters honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris litterarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te huc viretum impono. Congratulations. I call upon Professor Peter Coward of the School of Geography and Geosciences.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Lord Ernest Ronald Oxburgh, FRS, KBE, for the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa. May I first welcome Ron, as he is universally known, back to St Andrews, for he was a regular visitor here in the late 70s as external examiner to our geology degree. It is surely fitting at our 600th anniversary that we also acknowledge the contributions of one of Britain's truly outstanding geologists, for both the university and Ron have a special relationship with time. As we heard from the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor, 600 years is an impressively large number, and indeed it is for an institution. But Ron works with Earth time, that 4,554 million years, give or take 600 years of Earth history. Ron's significant contribution to our understanding of this history has been to take the theory of plate tectonics, developed largely from the study of our modern oceans, and apply it to the ancient rock record as exposed in mountain belts. Critically, in terms of advancing our science, Ron's breakthrough was first to not only describe but to quantify these ancient natural processes. His contributions, however, extend well beyond the purely academic research. Ron is the grandfather of the government's Research Excellence Framework, or REF, through the Oxford Review of the Earth Sciences, the first assessment of any discipline in the UK. From 1988 to 1993, Ron Oxborough was Chief Scientific Advisor to the Ministry of Defence during that not insignificant period in international relations corresponding with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Soviet Union, and the First Gulf War. From 2004 to 2005, he was the chairman of Shell, a tenure marked by his outspoken comments on environmental change. He noted, and I quote, "We have no time to lose. We have roughly 45 years, and if we start now, not in 10 or 15 years' time, we have a chance of hitting the targets for reductions in CO2 emissions. Unfortunately, nearly a decade has passed, and we are still waiting for any real change." Like all good geologists, he has a passion for the outdoors. Indeed, Ron went to Oxford as an undergraduate to study classics, but soon realised that that would conflict with rock climbing and mountaineering and switched to geology. Good to know that undergraduates still had their priorities sorted out even then. It had the added bonus that he also met Ursula, his wife of some 55 years, while they were out climbing. And they both are still very active. Over the summer, they participated in the Scottish six-day orienteering event. Throughout Ron's remarkable career, he has received many awards. His immense scientific contributions recognised through election to the Royal Society, and he is a Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering, as well as a foreign members of the United States, Australian and German Academies of Science. Ron Oxborough was knighted in 1992 and created a life peer in 1999. In 2012, he was granted honorary citizenship from the President of Singapore, and he returns to Singapore for a further visit on Tuesday to work with the government on their water and energy policies. Chancellor, in recognition of his major contributions to not only science, but also to public life and to business, I invite you to confer on Lord Ernest Ronald Oxborough the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc vi retum impone. Congratulations on the orienteering as well. I call upon Professor Roy Dilley of the School of Philosophical, Anthropological and Film Studies.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Dame Marilyn Strathern for the degree of Doctor of Letters, Honoris Causa. Dame Marilyn is preeminent as a social anthropologist and as a servant of academic institutions and public bodies. She has been described as contemporary anthropology's sharpest and most original mind. Her international acclaim is founded partly on her extensive field research that began almost 50 years ago in Papua New Guinea in Melanesia, on, among other topics, issues of gender and exchange. In the UK, she has focused on kinship, reproductive technologies, biomedical ethics, audit culture, and on concepts of intellectual property. While her ethnographic focus is divided between the Pacific and the UK and Europe, her theoretical interests comprise a body of ideas that challenge a number of the most fundamental concepts in popular and analytical discourse. For example, concepts of the individual and society, of the person, of the social relationship, and more. Alongside her glittering international renown, she remains committed to the people of Papua New Guinea and is proud to have represented the country and been recognized by its university. It's impossible to do justice to the institutional recognition that Dame Marilyn has received. A museum curator, a college fellow at Girton in Cambridge, chair and head of social anthropology department at Manchester for 8 years from 1985, she returned to Cambridge as the William Wise Professor of Social Anthropology, a post she held until her retirement in 2008. Earlier, in 1998, she was also elected mistress of her Cambridge alma mater, Girton College. International honours have been heaped upon her, and I cannot even start to list them. Dame Marilyn's status is cemented, however, in the highest echelons of the Academy. And in 2001, Marilyn Strathern was made Dame Commander of the British Empire for services to social anthropology. As a scholar, she doesn't place herself outside of her frames of analysis. She lays bare the knowledge practices of Western scholarship, and she holds us all to account for the way in which we come to know the world and our fellow human beings. She attempts to make us more sensitive to the task of describing human social experience and of forging concepts that are more adequate to this task. Dame Marilyn's expertise in productively unsettling our cherished categories of thought is without rival. The former mistress of Girton is a master of the art. Dame Marilyn's work is political, with a small p, and is subtle and entertainingly subversive. We see this in, for example, her analyses of UK society in the 1980s and 1990s, or in her advocating the creation of partial points of connection with, rather than dominating representations of, those we study in other parts of the world. She's been at the forefront of some of the most radical shifts in thinking, not just in anthropology, but in the arts and humanities in general. And she extends her expertise to developments in science, plotting, for instance, the moral and ethical implications of new techniques of human fertilization and embryology. Co-opted as a member of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics and chair of one of its working parties, she has engaged with the world beyond the academy and with social practice and social policy. In a field where we struggle with proportion and scale, where for the purposes of reliable comparison, as she has pointed out, we simply too much is known, Dame Marilyn has taught us to see in new ways. Through a looking glass onto the world of Melanesia, we are able to take in the complexities of contemporary social life and the multiple layers of human experience, both here and elsewhere, in a new light. Chancellor, in recognition of our outstanding contribution to scholarship and to public policy and practice, I invite you to confer on Professor Dame Marilyn Strathern the degree of Doctor of Letters, Honoris Causa.
te ad graduum doctoris literarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei and symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono.
Chancellor, Principal, ladies and gentlemen, this obviously is to say the obvious. You've done what would be an honour on any occasion. On this anniversary, it is of course a special honour indeed. May I add, Principal, that in your initial letter you gave me particular pleasure by mentioning Papua New Guinea. The peoples of the Pacific have played a huge role in the development of social anthropology and thereby the humanities. And so many of us enormously value the fact that St Andrews has both a thriving department of social anthropology and within it a centre of Pacific studies, the only dedicated centre, I should add, in the UK, and one that is breaking ground in north-south knowledge exchanges with the region. My discipline has much to look to in this great institution. I cannot think of a better way of expressing what are also my personal thanks.
I call upon Professor Nick Rusick of the School of Mathematics and Statistics.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Percy Diaconis, mathematician, statistician, and former magician, for the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa. When mathematics is mentioned, many here will perhaps not know what to think. On one hand, we are told it is all around us, affecting every aspect of our lives, and indeed, we have all been subjected to it continually and painfully throughout our schooling. And on the other hand, it seems beyond our reach, full of impenetrable symbols, a sleight of hand. And we know what we think about people who do that. If I'm permitted the audacity to try and capture in a sentence someone who is infinitely more knowledgeable and clever than I would say that Professor Diaconis has devoted his life to teaching us the difference between knowledge and magic. Professor Diaconis was born in 1945 in New York. He ran away from home at the age of 14, school unfinished, to join famous magician Di Vernon. He abandoned magic to study mathematics because he bought a copy of Feller's Probability, which he wanted to understand but couldn't. I think you get the idea. In an interview in 1984, when asked, "What does the future hold for Percy Diaconis?" he responded, "Just going crazy, working hard, learning more math." And that is how it went. Appointments in Stanford and Harvard, currently joint professorship in statistics and mathematics at Stanford, over 200 publications, around 40 doctoral students, tens of collaborators. A distinguishing feature of Professor Diaconis' work is his ability to bring together many disparate areas of mathematics, such as probability and group theory, statistics, and combinatorics. His early fascination with magic also remains a prominent strand, with many of his notable papers on the surface appearing to be about games and card tricks. For example, in his 1992 paper with Dave Bayer, they answer the question, how many times do you need to riffle shuffle an ordinary pack of 52 cards so that the resulting pack is truly random? The answer turns out to be 7 in a very strict and precise sense. His wonderful book entitled Magical Mathematics is a testament to Professor Diaconi's fascination with problems of this nature. As is appropriate, professional admiration and recognition abounded. Prizes, fellowships, including National Academy of Science, honorary appointments and degrees. But that is not the main thing. Let us listen again to Professor Diaconis himself. I got out my Vita and looked at what I've been doing. I guess I feel happy about it. I think statistics is a beautiful, rich field. I have no plans to do anything other than what I'm doing, which is going 20 hours a day and hoping to keep up with myself. I'm still fascinated by problems and trying to understand in my own language what the elders have been doing, hoping to relate that to what the youngsters are doing. After all this, it may come as something of a surprise that when asked about performing tricks in class, Professor Diaconis answers. So, I noticed that for me, mathematics and teaching don't go so well with magic. But in fact, I believe this is the point. While both magic and mathematics are mysterious, entertaining, and thought-provoking at first, the former is essentially about averting the gaze and maintaining the mystery, while mathematics is about dispelling it and enabling others to see and think. Chancellor, in recognition of his major contributions to mathematics and statistics, and above all for having made and taught the choice for magical mathematics over mathematical magic, I invite you to confer on Professor Percy Diaconis the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono.
Thank you. I wanted to pass along something, one thought. It was captured by a Danish poet, Pete Hein, and it's about a problem that we all face. It's the problem about making up your mind in the face of uncertainty. It goes like this. Whenever you can't make up your mind, or are troubled by not having any, the answer I think you'll easily find simply by tossing a penny. No, not so that chance shall decide the affair while you're silently standing there moping, but as soon as the penny goes up in the air, you suddenly know what you're hoping. And then you follow your gut, you follow your heart, and St. Andrews has a piece of my heart. Thank you.
I call upon the Dean of Medicine, Professor Hugh McDougall.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Nigel Harris for the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Professor Harris is the Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. The university was founded following the report of the British Government Working Group in 1944, chaired by Sir James Irvine, principal of this university. Irvine supported and advised the University of the West Indies in its early days, and students there used the scarlet gown on formal occasions until 1972, when in a splendid student demonstration, they burned them in a great bonfire. One of the student residences is named Irvine Hall. This Chancellor is a happy coincidence and an association we would wish to rekindle at our 600th anniversary, but not the reason that we honour Nigel Harris today. He is not only an outstanding university leader, but a man whose very distinguished record in medical research is widely recognised in the field of rheumatology. Nigel Harris was born in Guyana, South America, to a family of writers. His father, Sir Wilson Harris, is a prominent Caribbean author who has lived in London for over 50 years. His uncle, sister, and cousin are also well-known authors of fiction. Preferring medical science to fiction, Nigel Harris proceeded in 1965 to Howard University, Washington, graduating with high honors in chemistry, and went on to a fellowship at Yale, where he graduated with a master's degree in biochemistry and subsequently on to study medicine at the University of Pennsylvania, graduating MD Alpha Omega Alpha. His internship was at the University Hospital of the West Indies, where he became chief resident. In 1983, he came to a welcome fellowship at the Royal Postgraduate Medical School at the Hammersmith Hospital in London. At that time, the Hammersmith was the elite medical research institute in the United Kingdom and probably the world, headed by a graduate of this university. This began his life's major work in the field of systemic lupus erythematosus. In 1983, this disease was not well understood. It is a multi-system disease whose symptoms are often subtle, in which autoantibodies and immune complexes cause cellular and tissue damage. Along with colleagues in London, he defined an associated disorder, the antiphospholipid syndrome, major features of which are blood clotting and pregnancy losses, and he devised a diagnostic test for this disorder. He's published over 150 papers, editorial reviews, and chapters in the field of rheumatology. He and his co-workers shared many international prizes, and he himself has been awarded many honours, including the Centennial Award of the National Medical Association in the United States and the Martin Luther King International Award. His elevation from the Dean of Medicine position at Morehouse University of Medicine, Atlanta, back to the University of West Indies to be head of that university was perhaps not unexpected. He now also holds the prestigious position of chairman of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and he is president of the Association of Caribbean Universities. The University of the West Indies serves 14 separate countries through 3 campuses in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados. It is a huge operation, serving 16 countries across more than 1 million square miles of the Caribbean Sea. More than 2,000 miles separates Belize in the west from Trinidad and Tobago in the southeast. It is said that only 2 things really bind the English-speaking islands together. One is the West Indies cricket team, and the other is the University of the West Indies. He has focused there on programs restructuring the university's presence in 12 Caribbean countries that contribute financially but have no campuses of their own. In 2008, he led the creation of a fourth virtual open campus designed to deliver education at a distance to students in all 16 contributing countries. During his tenure, the university's enrollment has grown from about 24,000 students to in excess of 50,000 students. This extraordinary explosion in higher education in the Caribbean has been achieved through his vision and leadership. Therefore, Chancellor, in recognition of his major contribution to medicine and for his imaginative leadership of the University of the West Indies, I invite you to confer on Professor Nigel Harris the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris legum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono. Congratulations.
Chancellor, distinguished guests, on behalf of the University of the West Indies and myself, I express our considerable gratitude for this special recognition at such an historic moment for this great university. It is in every way a reaffirmation of the ties that existed between St. Andrews and our institution at its founding in 1948. Those ties were forged by the then Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University, Sir James Irvine, who led the commission that persuaded the United Kingdom to establish the University College of the West Indies in affiliation with the University of London. At the first meeting of the college's Provisional Council in 1947, Sir James, who was a member of council, presented the embryonic college with its first benefaction, his collection of scientific journals. In 1950, the Countess of Athlone, Her Royal Highness Princess Alice, in her inaugural address as first Chancellor of the University of the College of the West Indies, said, "So although this university is new, perhaps the newest in the world, the fact that it is so closely associated with St. Andrews means that it can claim to spring from a tradition that goes back 5 centuries. I'm sure that you will agree with me that none could possibly have a better foundation, or at any rate be modeled on a better pattern than that of Scottish learning," unquote. I believe that you can be proud of what has become of that foundation. The University College started with 33 students in 1948. You've heard that we've become 50,000. In our 65 years, we have produced 17 prime ministers. 7 are current prime ministers. Countless cabinet ministers, other leaders in medicine, law, engineering, and education. We've even produced a number of the region's clergymen, doubtless placing us in blessed company. The university has produced 1 Nobel Prize winner, and our noted Derek Walcott for literature, and our first native Vice-Chancellor, Sir Arthur Lewis, went on to win the Nobel Prize for economics. Our region has been enriched too by 3 generations of scholars who have documented the stories of our history, our social and economic circumstances, the diseases that affect us, the features of our topography, our fauna, our flora, in ways that no scholars outside our region, no matter how gifted, could have done. Persons able to access and create knowledge have a powerful instrument by which they can advance themselves. We thank Sir James Irvine and St. Andrews for enabling us that access and that instrument to education. As we go forward in a world that has become more globally integrated, technically advanced and more complex than it was 65 years ago, I hope that we can seize this moment to link our two universities, one ancient and the other still young, so that together we can address the problems that beset us in this global space in which we live. Thank you.
You will have observed from the programme that it was our intention at this juncture to confer a degree in Professor Peter Higgs. Unfortunately, Professor Higgs is unable to join us today, but we wish him a speedy recovery, and we look forward to welcoming him to St Andrews to receive his honorary degree in the near future.
I call upon Professor Lorna Hudson of the School of English.
Vice-Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Judith Butler, Maxine Elliott Professor of the University of California at Berkeley, for the degree of Doctor of Letters honoris causa. By all the usual criteria of academic distinction, the career of Judith Butler has been exceptionally dazzling. In addition to her current chair at the University of California at Berkeley, she has held visiting professorships all over the world. Across the fields of philosophy, psychoanalysis, and gay and lesbian studies, she has received numerous distinguished awards for achievement. I won't even begin to list all the languages into which her books are translated for fear of taking up all my precious minutes. All this, in the currency of academic recognition, is honoris causa enough. Yet what makes Judith Butler's work unique is the fact that it has been the uncompromising academic rigor of her arguments that has enabled her work to transform the lives of ordinary people, people who would otherwise be subject to social exclusion or even violence because of their sexual orientation. Judith Butler's work belies the idea of the ivory tower, the notion that difficult, abstract ideas have no popular purchase. Throughout her career, she has shown a bracing readiness to court controversy, whether in relation to feminist theories of subjectivity, to the post-9/11 discourse of a war on terror, or to Israel's claim to act in the name of the Jewish people. Springing from her political activism outside the academy, Judith Butler's work nevertheless shows the effectiveness of the academic, the power of pure argument to transform the conditions of our lives and enlarge our humanity. Certain concepts in Judith Butler's thought have been at the heart of this transformative capacity. One has been her emphasis on the conditions that make a life intelligible and make it what she calls grievable. That is, the conditions that make it possible for one to grieve in public over the loss of another's life. Another has been her challenge to the spatial metaphor of the public sphere. Rather than a place, the public sphere, she argues, denotes the changing conditions of our knowability to one another. It's shaped and constituted again and again by what we're permitted to see and hear. Judith Butler's work likewise challenges the temporal metaphor implicit in the idea of law. We speak of laws prohibiting something as if the thing existed before the law spoke. It is not, to take a Freudian example, that primary sexual dispositions existed before the law of the father repressed them, but that the fiction of such a law, as Judith Butler shows us, produces the idea of certain kinds of sexuality as primary, and so as unintelligible, unlivable, ungrievable. All these concepts informed Judith Butler's most famous book, Gender Trouble, a book which challenged the idea of gendered identity as innate and proposed with revolutionary consequences that gender is rather constituted and secured by repeated performance. But of course, Judith Butler's work is not limited to the philosophy of gender and sexuality. In Precarious Life, for example, written after September 11, 2001, Judith Butler challenged the US government's heightening of nationalistic discourse. Once again, she posed the question, what makes for a grievable life? Contrasting the public narrativization of the individual lives lost in the Trade Center with the publicly invisible deaths of countless millions of Iraqis. Judith Butler herself observed that gender trouble had sprung from the difficulty she experienced in living both as a philosopher and as an activist in a gay and lesbian community. It began for me, she wrote, with a crossing over, sitting on Rehoboth Beach and wondering whether I could link the different sides of my life. The Hebrew name Rehoboth means appropriately wide expanses. In linking the different sides of her own life, the inimitable Judith Butler has widened and expanded the possibilities of life for us all. Vice-Chancellor, in recognition of her major contribution to philosophy, psychology, and gay and lesbian studies, I invite you to confer on Judith Butler the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris literarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rein symbolum super te hoc veretum inferno.
Briefly, oh so briefly, I want to say that I am honored to be here today, especially with such esteemed colleagues and such an inspiring group of women who have contributed to the world of culture, science, and politics. I'm very grateful to St. Andrews for this honor and for Professor Lorna Hudson in particular for her generous laureation. When I ask myself, what is being honored here when I am being honored, the only way I can accept this or understand it is to think that perhaps this institution and universities across the world will still take seriously the politics of gender, the value of the humanities, and the importance of critical thought. We know that contemporary universities are under pressure to adopt new measures for evaluating knowledge. Those of us in the humanities are introduced to the idea of a metrics, asked to show the impact of reading a poem, required to count the number of our publications, and our publications now count in different ways. We have to ask ourselves, how do these modes of evaluation stop us from discovering, inventing, developing new theory, from departing from existing paradigms when they no longer explain what we wish to know? Where in such metrics can we find the value in entering new languages which let us feel as if we were entering the world again? That experience of losing ourselves in what we read, or study only to find ourselves transported into new ways of thinking and living. I want to propose briefly that when we are able to ask what is the final value of the scheme of values that threatens now to take over, to submerge the humanities by its metrics, will we be able to say what we value in a voice or through a media whose vibrations can shake loose the market mentalities that now seize our minds and our vocations? If we care about gender or race or disability, if we seek to know what the world seems like from another century or within another language, will we be permitted, though those most valuable forms of being dislocated, becoming unfamiliar in our world, to know something new, to know another way to know? Who will we become if we lose this capacity to become undone in the face of what is new, of what is not already my own, in the face of a way of living in the world that helps us struggle for a more livable world? Let us hope we can make our way, or we can make way for the requisite space and time for such thinking, for a vocation of affirmative critique that universities here and elsewhere will continue to see the humanities and critical thought as indispensable ways of opening to the world. Thank you.
I call upon Professor Alan Torrance of the School of Divinity.
Vice-Chancellor, it is my privilege to present for the degree of Doctor of Divinity, honoris causa, the Right Reverend Lord Williams of Oystermouth. Lord Williams is Master of Magdalen College in the University of Cambridge. He has been Lady Margaret Professor of Divinity in the University of Oxford, Archbishop of Wales, and Archbishop of Canterbury. One of Britain's foremost intellectuals and public figures, he is also one of the world's most respected church leaders and academic theologians. Rowan Douglas Williams was born in South Wales into a Welsh-speaking, and, I have to add, Presbyterian family. But characteristic of his lifelong commitment to the underdog, he left his Presbyterian roots to become an Anglican. His subsequent decision to study theology led to a glittering academic career that took him from a starred first in Cambridge to become Lady Margaret Professor of Divinity and Canon of Christ Church when he was only 36. 5 years later, and already an FBA, he left his chair to become Bishop of Monmouth in his native country and indeed county. 9 years after that, he was appointed Archbishop of Wales, and on 2nd of December 2002, he was confirmed as the 104th Bishop of the See of Canterbury, the first since the mid-13th century to be appointed from beyond the English Church. What can one say about such a man in a mere 3 minutes? It takes that long to list the numerous honours, fellowships, and awards, not to mention his 15 honorary doctorates. So let us consider briefly the personal commitments that have led to his inestimable contribution to the Academy, the Church, and our society. There's first his passionate concern for the well-being of those whom society would marginalize. He has challenged vociferously the scapegoating of Muslims, for example, and the demonizing rhetoric about Islamic fundamentalism that has so obstructed mutual understanding and compounded alienation. Urging respect for their religious and moral and philosophical commitments, he modeled that respect, proposing, for example, that Sharia law might contribute to legal processes of mediation. His words were much misconstrued. The result has been an unparalleled contribution to Christian-Muslim relations at a critical moment in our history, such as the esteem in which this Christian leader is held in the Islamic world, that he was invited to speak on the anniversary of 9/11 at the Al-Azhar University, one of the world's leading centers of Islamic learning. And last year, the government and President of Pakistan bestowed on him one of its highest civil awards for exceptional service to that country and nation. Then there has been his tireless passion for peace and reconciliation, both in the political arena, but also within the church. This was profoundly evident in the way he led an Anglican communion of 80 million people through a period of fraught division, when sustaining the unity of that church, as also its relations with its Catholic and Orthodox partners, constituted a gargantuan task. The wisdom, sensitivity, and courage of his leadership was plain for the world to see, as at times was the pain etched on his face, moving testimony to his commitment to the Church's unity and Catholicity. No less significant, however, is his passion for the pursuit of theological truth. This is evident in his immensely distinguished academic monographs, but it is no less evident, however, in his brilliant and witty homilies and lectures, in probing analysis in newspaper articles and television interviews, not least in his incisive exposé of the shallowness of some of Christianity's detractors, be it Richard Dawkins or Philip Pullman. Then there's his passage for language and the arts. He reads 11 languages. He's an acclaimed published poet, a musician who will speak about Bach on Radio 3, or write about the Scottish psychedelic folk group, the Incredible String Band. Finally, underpinning his passion for ideas, culture, and the major challenges confronting society is his love for people, be it for a 6-year-old Scottish girl with a question about God, to whom he responded tenderly yet profoundly, or for 2 of our more own recent alumni, whose wedding he conducted in his quintessentially personal manner before a viewing audience of over 1 billion people. Vice-Chancellor, in recognition of his unquantifiable contribution to the Church, to the Academy, and indeed to society at large, I invite you to confer on the Right Reverend Lord Williams of Oystermouth the degree of Doctor of Divinity, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris divinitatis honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono.
Vice-Chancellor, fellow honorands and distinguished guests, the history of the Scottish Reformation suggests that archbishops are at high risk in St Andrews. And I wasn't at first completely sure why I'd been invited, but as Professor Torrance has hinted in his more than generous remarks, the real reason is clearly my limited but rather public experience in taking the weddings of St Andrews graduates. I'm open to offers on that front. A 600th anniversary naturally leads us to look back at the moment when this university began, a moment when the papal bull establishing the university established the license of those who graduated here to teach throughout Christendom. And that notion of a universal license to teach, not only throughout Christendom but throughout the world, is surely one of the most important things about the university ideal itself. It presupposes that there is such a thing as a human conversation that is inclusive, that is worldwide, that is ongoing, challenging to all of us in its implications, stretching all of our imaginations and our capacities. At a time when tribalism at every level threatens our world, the vocation of the university to promote and sustain that human conversation is greater than ever. A universal conversation is difficult, by definition. It's difficult because of the way in which it forces us constantly to re-examine where we began. And yet, that corporate project of speaking to one another, learning from one another as human beings, is something precious beyond measure. I hope and pray that in the 600 years ahead, and for all I know, the 1200 years ahead, this university may continue to promote just that conversation with just the spirit of energy and imagination that have been shown in the last few centuries. And I'm very deeply grateful to be associated with the life of this great institution, and thank you for your welcome.
I call upon Professor Andrew Whiten of the School of Psychology and Neuroscience.
Vice-Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Dr. Jane Goodall for the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa. I can't resist interjecting that it's rather nice to follow the primate of all England. Jane Goodall, however, is world famous for her groundbreaking early discoveries about the nature of our closest sister species, the chimpanzee. In more recent times, she has led an unprecedented mission to save these now endangered apes. Hers is an extraordinary life story, from very humble beginnings to the status of a living legend. She's inspired a generation of life scientists, including myself, eager to follow in her footsteps. You know, it's an extraordinary fact that after millennia of human history, just 60 years ago, we knew next to nothing about the private life of the species with whom we last shared an evolutionary ancestor. Jane Goodall was the pioneer who changed that. After she set up camp in the Gombe Stream Reserve in Tanzania in 1960. She discovered first that chimpanzees not only use tools, but fashion them for different purposes. And that had been thought a defining feature, of course, of man the toolmaker, leading her mentor, Louis Leakey, famously to announce that now we must redefine tool, or redefine man, or accept chimpanzees as human. And Jane went on to discover that chimpanzees collaborate in their hunting, that they are cultural beings with their own rich traditions, that their intimate family relationships may endure across the generations, but that, like us, of course, they also have a darker side, expressed in lethal warfare with neighbouring chimpanzees. National Geographic and its readers found her discoveries and her life story enthralling, and a stream of books and films followed. So one result is that Jane Goodall is famous across the globe. Other honorarians would meet her today and immediately know, there's Jane, I can meet her. But for her, I think what is important is that the chimpanzees, like Flo and Fifi, probably known to many of you, are famous too. We have finally got to know our sister species. Yet, very tragically, just as we've got to know chimpanzees, our species is exterminating them. And as the reality of that threat dawned on her some while ago, Jane decided to leave the Gombe studies to her research team and focus on saving chimpanzees. And for decades now, including this year, and probably next year, I think, she has travelled the world lecturing, fundraising, lobbying governments, talking to prime ministers on the road for over 300 days a year. Extraordinary commitment. She set up the Roots and Shoots Global Youth Programme, which helps young people to learn about problems in their communities and around the world, and then take real action, which they do. It now involves hundreds of thousands of youngsters in over 120 countries. Yesterday, I learned that there are 100 young men, 1 million young members in the UK alone. This work received a wonderful boost when in 2002, Secretary-General Kofi Annan named Jane a UN Messenger of Peace. Her achievements have been recognized through countless other awards, like the Légion d'honneur presented by the French Prime Minister, and she was appointed DBE in 2004. Vice-Chancellor, now we have passed the 50th anniversary of the Gombe Stream chimpanzee research, and as we approach celebrations of her own 80th birthday, despite that 300 days a year around the globe, but in recognition of her major contributions to science and to conservation, I invite you to confer on Dr. Jane Goodall the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum super te hoc viretum imperno.
Well, first of all, what an enormous honor to be here, to be given this honorary degree on such an amazing occasion. 600 years is a very long time in our own human way of reckoning. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for the host of people who've helped me on my life's journey. And the one I really want to mention was my mother, because it was her wise guidance when I was a child that I think gave me the courage to continue along the path that I've taken. The world we know is in a mess today. We all know that. And my hope for the future is in the young people, with guidance from those elders who have found wisdom. And I work really hard to develop this youth program around the world because I met so many young people who've lost hope. And if our young people lose hope, we may as well give up. And so this program is about empowering youth to take action themselves, wherever they are, to make this a better world. I met some students here in St. Andrews, and with this reputation that this great university has for bringing in diverse people from around the world, what a wonderful place to grow this program, which is now in 130 countries. So the last thing I want to do is, I've been studying our sister species, as Andrew says, and I have come to know them quite well. I think our main difference with them is that we have the spoken language, but they have their language too. And lest we not forget that we share this planet with many other life forms, I'm going to end up, and Andrew is going to help me, by bringing the voice of our sister species into this space, I'm quite sure for the very first time. Hello.
I call upon Professor Stephen Halliwell of the School of Classics.
Vice-Chancellor, it is my privilege to present for the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, Professor Mary Beard. Professor Mary Beard is one of the leading classical historians of her generation. But she's also someone who's been immensely influential in changing the public face of her subject. No other classicist alive today has so effectively combined professional excellence in the study of ancient Greek and Roman culture with a preeminent ability to communicate the interest and importance of that research to a wider audience. In doing so, she's developed a unique voice and style which characterize her books, more than a dozen of them, her extensive journalism, her popular television documentaries, and her highly successful blog, A Don's Life, for the Times Literary Supplement. Mary Beard has spent most of her career at Cambridge University, where she was an undergraduate and PhD student before subsequently becoming a Fellow of Newnham College in 1984 and Professor of Classics in 2004. Among numerous distinctions, she's held prestigious visiting professorships at the University of California at Berkeley, the École Pratique des Hautes Études in Paris, and the Getty Research Institute. She was elected a Fellow of the British Academy in 2010 and a foreign member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2011. In the 2013 New Year Honours List, she was awarded the OBE for services to classical scholarship, and she currently holds the additional position of Royal Academy of Arts Professor of Ancient Literature. Mary Beard is a compelling proselytizer for the inexhaustible fascination of the ancient world and an enlightening explorer of our complex relationship to that world. She's mastered the difficult art of writing in ways which can command the attention of other scholars by their critical intelligence and challenging independence of thought, while at the same time remaining accessible and stimulating to a broader readership. A prime example is her book Pompeii, Life of a Roman Town, published in 2008, which investigates in engrossing detail the entire fabric of Pompeian society, from its graffiti to its wall paintings, from its latrines to its temples. Like all of Professor Beard's work, the book moves effortlessly between the material conditions of life and the big ideas and values which help shape a particular culture. It also constantly invites its readers to ponder what we can and cannot know about the past, not so much telling them what to think, as prompting them to think historically for themselves. Pompeii won the Wolfson Prize for History in 2008 and formed the basis of a BBC Two documentary on Pompeii in 2010, a documentary striking enough in its own right to earn a BAFTA nomination in 2011. And I've tried but failed to identify another practicing classicist who's ever won a BAFTA nomination. I think only an Oscar now remains for you, Mary. Whether you read her stylish books, watch her beguiling TV programs, or sample her entertaining but illuminating blog, try, for instance, a delicious piece from April 2007 on the origins of a Latin tattoo on David Beckham's forearm, you are bound to learn much from Mary Beard about why it still matters that we should try to make sense of our deep-rooted connections to the ancient world. So, Vice-Chancellor, in recognition of her major contributions to the study of classical history and to the public understanding of classics, I invite you to well, I'll invite you to confess on another occasion, but I invite you for the time being to confer on Professor Mary Beard the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris literarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum super te hoc viretum impono.
Are you still going to speak?
I'm afraid that Stephen and I haven't had time to practice our Roman chimpanzee noises, but if we're ever here again together, we'll get the act done. I want to say thank you to absolutely everybody here. I feel very, very honoured to receive this degree, but I must also treat it, I think, as a tribute to classics as a subject, which is still going strong with new things to be said in, I think, its third millennium. And I did want to point out to Ron that he could have combined classics and rock climbing if he'd actually tried when he was at university. And I also think it's a tribute to the School of Classics here, which has got a fantastically distinguished past and an even more fantastically distinguished presence, and I'm sure is going from strength to strength. I met some of the new and not so new graduate students last night, and students are always either a very good or a very bad advert for their departments, and I can proudly report, Vice-Chancellor, they were a brilliant advert for what's happening in classics, so thank you very much. I wanted to say just, I think, on a slightly more personal note, that the timing of this award is quite important for me. I've had a rather trying summer in all kinds of different ways, but I think that coming now, I'm always going to see this scroll as one in the eye for those few sad souls, and they only are a few, and they're very sad, who actually still think it's okay, 2013, to harass, abuse, and threaten women for the only crime, in inverted commas, of speaking their minds in public. So thank you very much for it. It means a lot.
I call upon the Dean of Science, Professor Alan Durrell.
Vice-Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Sir Tim Berners-Lee for the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa. WWW. 3 letters that Sir Tim Berners-Lee brought together to change the world. Tim Berners-Lee was born in southwest London in 1955, one of 4 children whose parents both had the distinction of working on the Ferranti Mark I, the first ever commercially available general-purpose electronic computer, which was built in Manchester in 1951. After graduating, he started his career with Plessey and worked on distributed transaction systems, message relays, and barcode technology. A few years later, in June 1980, when he was working as an independent consultant, he proposed to CERN, the European Organisation for Nuclear Research, to use hypertext to link and access information of various kinds as a web of nodes in which the user could browse at will. During a 6-month contract as a consultant software engineer, he built a system called Inquire, which supported pages called cards with hyperlinks within the cards. Hope you can all see where I'm going with this. After a break, he returned to CERN in 1984 and realized that a system like Inquire was needed that was accessible to everybody. On the 6th of August 1991, he posted a short summary of the World Wide Web project on the alt.hypertext news group and launched the first public website, http://info.cern.ch, marking the debut of the web as a publicly available service on the internet. Sir Tim combined the ideas of hypertext and the internet to create the World Wide Web. Both these concepts were already in existence. The trick was to fuse hypertext onto the internet platform. His invention was simplicity itself. Web pages are and were encoded in HTML. The pages are uniquely identified using URLs and made available to the internet via web servers. Browsers provided the displaying and editing of web pages. They could extract server addresses from URLs and request appropriate pages from servers using the HTTP protocol. By bequeathing the World Wide Web on a royalty-free basis, Sir Tim totally revolutionized almost every aspect of modern daily life and unleashed previously unimaginable access to knowledge. Today, the World Wide Web Consortium, an organization which he founded, estimates that there are 2.7 billion web users, and that is almost 39% of the world's population, making the global village a reality. The World Wide Web succeeded where other systems previously failed, largely due to its openness and scalability. Building new open web standards on top of open internet protocols means that anybody can use a web server or a browser, anybody can author web pages or link to existing pages, and anybody can read them. The World Wide Web and the internet platform are inherently scalable, making it a tool for all. Sir Tim was awarded an OBE in 1997 and made a Knight Commander Order of the British Empire in 2004. In 2007, Her Majesty made him a member of the Order of Merit, an order limited to 24 living members. In 2013, he was awarded the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering for groundbreaking innovation in engineering that has been of global benefit to humanity. Vice-Chancellor, in recognition of inventing the World Wide Web, which has totally revolutionized almost every aspect of modern daily life, I invite you to confer on Professor Sir Tim Berners-Lee the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris clientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum super te hoc diretum impono.
Vice-Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen,
On this amazing occasion, I must convey to you various emotions, among them my tremendous excitement from the spirit of international collaboration, which I think of as being accompanied by the spread of the web and all the people, the geeks coming out of corners all over the world to work on it, people of all stripes and walks of life contributing to it because they thought it would be a good idea. But also, I must convey to you my concern, worry that not only just because we have only a small minority of people actually using the web, but also that the web that we have learned to rely on may be pulled away from under our feet by those in government or those in big companies who try to control it. And also my hope that over the next 600 years, or preferably earlier, the aforesaid excitement will overcome all the aforesaid fear, and we will end up with a web which is free and open for all. And also, of course, primarily on this wonderful day for this wonderful honor, my gratitude.
I call upon Professor Andrew Pettigrew of the School of History.
Vice-Chancellor, it's my privilege to present, for the degree of Doctor of Letters honoris causa, the Reverend Professor Dermot McCulloch. Dermot McCulloch is one of our leading public historians. In the last 10 years, he's been the author of 3 blockbuster books: A History of the Reformation, A History of Christianity, and most recently, A History of Christian Silence. Collectively, these books have won every distinguished prize available to historians, to add to the Whitbread Prize awarded to his breakthrough project, a biography of Thomas Cranmer, the architect of the Anglican Communion. The History of Christianity became a lavish BBC series. But this blossoming career as one of the most public faces of historical scholarship was the result of an unexpected mid-career convulsion, a crisis that obliged Dermot to rebuild and reshape what until that point had been a relatively conventional academic career. Dermot McCulloch is by birth a man of Kent, but the family also had a deep and long-standing connection with St Andrews. In 1909, the university awarded an honorary degree to the Reverend Canon John Arnott McCulloch for his distinguished work on Scottish and European folklore. This earlier McCulloch was Dermot's grandfather, and this degree was a much cherished distinction. Indeed, since Canon McCulloch was essentially an autodidact and the son of a tinker, this was the only degree that he held. Dermot himself was educated at Churchill College, Cambridge, where he graduated from the demanding school of Professor Geoffrey Elton. In 1978, he began 12 years teaching at Wesley College, Bristol, a Methodist institution. Dermot, then a committed Anglican, embraced the challenge of expounding the importance of church history to trainee ministers whose sense of vocation was very much anchored in the here and now. Looking back, Dermot credits a large part of his relish for taking history beyond the academy to these formative years as a teacher. The crisis for Dermot came in 1990. For some years, Dermot had been thinking of ordination in the Anglican Church. He was also a long-standing and prominent member of the gay Christian movement. The Bishop of Bristol, having sponsored Dermot's application for training, now declined to allow him to go forward for ordination. This precipitated a complete change in Dermot's career path. Shortly thereafter, he decided to leave Wesley College and embarked on 5 years as a freelancer. The immediate fruits of these years were the monumental biography of Thomas Cranmer, the principal architect of the English Protestant Church, and the author of the superb liturgy that has somehow withstood numerous attempts at modernization. Dermot's portrait of Cranmer demonstrated two particular qualities that would come to characterize his work from this point on. First, a profound, deep learning in theology, but also in European history. Dermot, against the trend of much English Reformation scholarship, anchors Cranmer in the wider European movement of which he was so much a part. Secondly, Dermot brought to this book an extraordinary wide cultural frame of reference, not least a remarkable sensitivity to the music of language and the impact of ecclesiastical space. Both, I think, an echo of his early years as a church organist. Cranmer was published to huge acclaim shortly after Dermot accepted a position at Oxford University, where he is now Professor of the History of the Church. In 2003, he published his wonderful study of the European Reformation, Europe's House Divided, a book of breathtaking range, balance, and poise. But this, as it turned out, was only the preliminary to a still more ambitious work, his History of Christianity, subtitled The First 3,000 Years. Here, the years of Wesley brought their ultimate reward, for Dermot was able to expound a learning that ranged across the whole range of Christian history, including, as the title makes clear, the Hebrew Bible in the millennium before Christ. A large public audience, through sales of the book and the accompanying television series, was accompanied by further academic recognition. Dermot had become a Fellow of the British Academy in 2001, and in 2012 he was knighted for his services to scholarship. His latest book, Silence, A Christian History, addresses a subject close to Dermot's own heart. Through the centuries, Christians have often kept silent as an act of devotion or conscious asceticism, but also through fear, prudence, or ambition. Dermot traces the history of these silences, those who imposed and enforced them, and those who suffered in silence, often a silence tortured by guilt and self-recrimination. It is a passionate book, but also a book of hope, as changing social mores permit the previously silent to find their voice. In an age where institutional churches are beginning, albeit with great reluctance, to embrace the reality of the 21st century, Dermot makes clear that the oppression and intolerance that has so often characterized Christianity, a religion that should be about charity and forgiveness, will not be forgotten. Today we honor a scholar of exceptional gifts, enviable facility with words, and outstanding learning. But we also honor a public figure of great courage, wit, and grace. Vice-Chancellor, in recognition of his services to scholarship and a public understanding of history, I invite you to confer the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, on the Reverend Professor Dermot MacCulloch.
Te ad gradum doctoris literarum honoris causa promovio, quis rein symbolum super te hoc veretum impono.
His
I call upon Professor Kenneth Faulkner of the School of Mathematics and Statistics.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Sir Timothy Gowers for the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa. "100 years ago, Georg Cantor was amongst the distinguished academics awarded an honorary degree at the university's 500th anniversary celebrations. Cantor's work on set theory and the nature of infinity underlies modern mathematics. For example, his demonstration that infinity comes in many different sizes is now a standard part of our undergraduate courses. Following Cantor's work, mathematicians embarked on the study of infinite dimensional spaces. We live in three-dimensional space. Thus, the position of, say, an aeroplane can be specified by a list of three numbers, perhaps latitude, longitude, and a height. But to a mathematician, there is nothing special about three. A list of four numbers represents four-dimensional space, five numbers, five-dimensional space, and so on. But why stop there? An unending list leads to an infinite dimensional space where, just as in three dimensions, there are concepts of size and shape. The Polish mathematician Stefan Banach led the investigation of these fundamental spaces in the early 20th century. A great deal was discovered, but many basic questions left unanswered. It was not until the 1990s that Professor Gowers saw how methods from combinatorics, a seemingly very different area of mathematics, could be used to attack many of these problems. Using spectacularly clever arguments, he proved many of Banach's conjectures. On the other hand, he showed that several other conjectures were false by constructing a space which he described as the nastiest known Banach space, which had virtually no structure and symmetry whatsoever. In the space of 10 years, Professor Gowers' work completely changed the landscape of infinite dimensional spaces and their geometry. In 1998, Professor Gowers was awarded a Fields Medal for his deep and highly original mathematics, the highest honour available to a mathematician. Professor Gowers places great importance on communicating the excitement of mathematics at all levels. His best-selling, very short introduction to mathematics makes abstract ideas such as curved space understandable to those with minimal mathematical background. He also recently edited the 1,000-page Princeton Companion to Mathematics, writing substantial parts himself. This wonderful volume presents an overview of all areas of research mathematics at the lowest feasible level. If an aspiring mathematician marooned on a desert island could salvage only one book, this would surely be it. Some cynics have suggested that mathematicians work for the grudging approbation of a few friends. Professor Gowers is a splendid counterexample. His efforts are appreciated by experts, by the mathematical community as a whole, and by a wide public audience. Chancellor, in recognition of his major contribution to mathematics and its exposition, I invite you to confer on Professor Sir Timothy Gowers the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa.
te ad gradum doctora scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te, hoc viretum impono. I call upon Professor Susan Sellers of the School of English.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present for the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, Professor Dame Gillian Beer. Professor Beer is one of the world's great literary scholars. She was for many years King Edward VII Professor of English Literature at the University of Cambridge and is a Fellow of the British Academy and the Royal Society of Literature. Several leading universities have honoured her, including London, Oxford, the Sorbonne, and most recently Harvard. She was made a Dame Commander of the British Empire in 1998. In a series of groundbreaking books, Professor Beer dismantled the two cultures' thinking, hampering the disciplines of literature and science by demonstrating their indissoluble connections. In Darwin's Plots, she shows how the questions that preoccupied Darwin also preoccupied the poets and novelists of his day, and how their shared common language shaped their innovations. She reasons that language is not something that can be skimmed off, leaving the ideas beneath it intact. The challenge facing both scientists and writers is to angle the stories, metaphors, and words we inherit so that fresh thinking can occur. In arguing with the past, Professor Beer rejects the pervasive idea, theorized by Harold Bloom, that each generation of writers exists in a relationship of anxiety to the past, which consequently must be fought against. Instead, she explores the collaborative conversations that take place between books, as remote in time as Philip Sidney's Arcadia and Samuel Richardson's Pamela. It was during her first teaching post at Bedford College that Dame Gillian met and married John Beer, whom we have the honour of also welcoming here today. The arrival of 3 sons and more recently grandchildren has been not only a great joy, but a powerful reminder of the thrill and risk of childhood curiosity, when what we discover changes not only the world, but ourselves. When talking about Professor Beer, the epithet that comes most easily to people's minds is generosity. Taking seriously Virginia Woolf's proposal that the condition for intellectual endeavour is a room of one's own, Dame Gillian's presidency at Clare Hall in Cambridge involved bold decisions to accommodate its members, its many international visitors, and their families. As a scholar, Professor Beer's generosity is demonstrated by the array of writing she has edited for us, as well as in her tireless public service. She has judged countless literary prizes, was chair of the Poetry Book Society and the British Comparative Literature Society, a trustee of the British Museum, and is currently president of the British Literature and Science Society. The list is formidable and long, but the picture it paints is incomplete. Professor Beer's daunting schedule might include the Dean's Lecture at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study in Harvard, but she is just as likely to be found in more humble surroundings, aiding young scholars, inspiring readers in local libraries, and supporting practitioners right across the arts. Chancellor, in recognition of her outstanding contributions, I invite you to confer on Professor Dame Gillian Beer the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris literarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te, hoc viretum impono. I call upon Professor James Naismith of the School of Chemistry.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor C.N.R. Rao for the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa. Scientific research is a pursuit that has no borders, no shibboleths, respects no pedigree, and its insights, by definition, must be replicable anywhere by anyone. And by this I mean there is no such thing as the Scottish speed of light. There is only the speed of light. If Indian scientists tomorrow invent materials that will harness sunlight to break water, scientists in Chile will replicate it. This is a very unusual situation. Most of our other pursuits are driven by dogma, debates. Science is a universality that has always attracted some of the most curious minds. Science is an approach where one abandons your deepest held, most cherished hopes in the face of evidence and jumps on someone else's much better idea. This is not how the rest of the world operates. Science is not a Sisyphean endeavour. One takes the rock up the hill from where it was left by those who came before. Today at St Andrews we'll add some lustre to our university by alloying ourselves with Professor Rao. He is the past director of the Indian Science Institute and National Research and Pearling Professor. Professor Rao was born in Bangalore and studied at Mysore University with a great motto, which is, nothing is worthier than knowledge. One, when we visit our 600th year, is worth remembering. Now, at school, all of us learn that metals conduct and metal oxides are insulators. We know this now to be false. We know that metal oxides, in fact, conduct electricity. We know this because this man here did the experiments that proved it, that demolished a shibboleth that had lasted over 100 years. In the solid state, metals are not the only conductors. Not only did he show this, he told everyone else about it. And a whole field has advanced up the mountain towards new super and semiconductors from this rock that he carried up. Today, these materials, as metal oxides or ceramics, are found in fuel cells, batteries, solar panels. We rely on them for aircraft engines, for the medical devices that keep us alive. These materials are the essence of all the solid-state devices that we have in our pockets. Now, exemplifying this complete lack of sentimentality that is science, having redefined the concept of what metals were, Professor Rao spotted that carbon polymers looked quite an interesting field and moved into this area. And in the last few years, he has published hundreds of papers on new materials towards better, more powerful batteries, more useful computer chips. In a career that has seen over 1,500 publications, to put that in context, that's 5 years' output from the entire chemistry department here. This is a staggering level of output that speaks to a unique level of imagination, exertion, and labour. Professor Rao's awards are too numerous to list, but I'd like to highlight a few. This is his 60th honorary degree. He is a Fellow of the Royal Society, elected to the National Academy of Science in the US. The Indian government awarded him the Padma Vibhushan, which is the second highest honour in India. He has a UNESCO's Einstein Gold Medal Award, France's Chevalier de la Légion d'Honneur, and I could go on. But you may just catch a flavour of the international recognition that he has enjoyed. These phenomenal achievements in science are also mirrored in achievements in science policy. Professor Rao has shaped and guided India as it has emerged into a scientific superpower. Professor Rao's life illustrates the truth of the Hindu saying, which I shall paraphrase. Greatness is not the fruit of birth, but it is the fruit of effort. It can only be attained by exertion. Insignificance, however, requires no effort. To raise a stone to the top of a mountain requires great labour, but it will fall easily of its own accord at great speed. Chancellor, in recognition of the greatness of his contribution to the science of solids, I invite you to confer on Professor Rao the degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono. I call upon the Proctor of the University, Professor Lorna Milne.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Nancy Cartwright for the degree of Doctor of Letters honoris causa. Nancy Cartwright is Professor of Philosophy at the University of Durham and the University of California, San Diego. She's an outstanding philosopher of science with particular expertise in the conceptual foundations of both physics and economics. The first member of her family ever to go to university, Professor Cartwright earned her BSc from the University of Pittsburgh and her PhD from the University of Illinois at Chicago. Her thesis and subsequent early work developed a particular and novel focus on the practical outcomes for science and for the world at large of better understanding what scientists do, how the evidence they collect confirms or otherwise affects their science, and most especially, how all these things actually reshape the world around us. From these foundations, Professor Cartwright has increasingly turned her attention to the social sciences, such that her current work investigates the use of evidence as a basis for planning policy. If we collect evidence about child welfare, for example, what do we have to know about that evidence in particular, and about the practice of inferring from evidence in general to understand whether the information we've gleaned is a reasonable basis for developing policy, and for deciding, for example, whether it would be a good idea to separate a child from the family home. In all of her work, Professor Cartwright's implacable commitment to the highest intellectual standards shines through, but so do the passion and warmth of her determination to see philosophical inquiry result in material benefits for people and society through humane policies and wise public spending. She spontaneously refers to her social scientific interests as bearing most urgently upon how you engineer society. It's a purposeful turn of phrase, but also a moving one, coming as it does from the brilliant daughter of a father who wanted her to be an engineer. Besides her many collaborative projects, Professor Cartwright's thinking is developed in 7 major books and a vast number of essays and talks. Amongst her numerous other honours, she's a MacArthur Fellow, a Fellow of the British Academy and of the American Philosophical Society, as well as of national academies in France and Germany. Before taking up her current appointments, Professor Cartwright taught at the University of Maryland, Stanford University, and the London School of Economics. It was while working in California that Professor Cartwright originally met the great English philosopher Sir Stuart Hampshire. She met him again in Oxford a couple of years later when he invited her over for a drink before lunch, and she never really left. Philosophers have not investigated the evidence-based analysis that underlay that decision, but it led to a happy marriage, 2 daughters, Emily and Sophie, who is very welcome here today, and a granddaughter, Lucy. As my colleagues in philosophy here say, Nancy Cartwright is the very model of a modern philosopher, working on issues of urgent relevance to the real world while insisting at the very highest levels of rigour and conceptual clarity. She's been enormously influential in shaping contemporary philosophy of science and its relationship to science itself. My colleagues also say, and all the evidence confirms that they are quite right, that she's an absolute charmer. Chancellor, in recognition of her major contribution to philosophy of science, I invite you to confer on Professor Nancy Cartwright the degree of Doctor of Letters, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctoris letterarum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impone. Congratulations. I call upon the Vice Principal for Enterprise and Engagement, Professor Malcolm MacLeod.
Chancellor, it is my privilege to present Professor Sir Michael Rutter, Distinguished Child Psychiatrist, for the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa. Sir Michael held the first chair of child psychiatry in the UK at the Institute of Psychiatry for over 25 years, and currently holds the chair of developmental psychopathology, also at the Institute of Psychiatry. Sir Michael is, by common assent, regarded as the most illustrious behavioural scientist to have emerged from the field of child mental health over the past 50 years. He stands head and shoulders above his peers, and his achievements span an impossibly wide range of topics. He has made major contributions to our understanding of mental resilience, the genetic basis of autism, the effects of maternal and institutional deprivation on subsequent mental health, and the turning points in adult life following psychosocial adversity in childhood. He is rightly credited with making many significant breakthroughs in these areas, and consequently, many of his studies are regarded as core to the discipline. In doing so, he has laid a strong empirical foundation for a completely new field of scientific research, child psychiatry, one which allows us better to understand and evaluate how early developmental factors
influence mental well-being in adolescence and adulthood. Many of us present here today may be rather curious about what it is that makes people like Sir Michael and our other esteemed honorans excel in their various fields. We might surmise that it probably has to do with a sense of curiosity, integrity, creativity, and rigor. One might also add persistence and perseverance to the pot. But beyond that, it's difficult to determine. We tend to think of these various characteristics in isolation, but in fact, it's the complex interactions that take place between genetic and psychosocial factors which ultimately determine who we are. Sir Michael has devoted his entire working life, which now stretches over a remarkable 50 years, to untangling this complex nexus. Coupled with a basic concern for the disadvantaged, perhaps a function of his Quaker upbringing, and a motivation to improve the mental well-being of children and adolescents, Sir Michael has devoted his life to improving the lives of those who have been less fortunate. His body of research, which spans over 500 scientific papers and over 50 books, marks him out as one of the most distinguished scientists and thinkers of his generation. Over the years, Sir Michael has rightly received many honours. He even has a building named after him, the Michael Rutter Centre for Children and Adolescents at the Maudsley, a form of recognition which is more often afforded to those of us who are no longer around to appreciate it. He was knighted for his contribution to child and adolescent psychiatry in 1992 and became the first psychiatrist since Sigmund Freud to be elected Fellow of the Royal Society. To these many well-deserved honours, we would wish to add our recognition on this very special day. Chancellor, in recognition of his major contribution to child psychiatry and our understanding of the influences that shape who we are, I invite you to confer on Professor Sir Michael Rutter the degree of Doctor of Science, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctora scientiae honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc viretum impono. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by expressing my appreciation of Malcolm's very generous assessment of my career and by his incisively thoughtful comments about it. So thank you. I also want to say what a privilege it is to receive an honorary degree from this university. Why? Well, because it is known for its high qualities in all things. It's an ancient university, but we are celebrating in this set of talks the first 600 years. I deliberately say first 600 years because St Andrews is not just an ancient university, although it is indeed that, and although it is rightly proud of what it has achieved over the years, it is also a modern university looking ahead. So I think we can have confidence that great things will be achieved, even greater things over the next 600. Of course, none of us will be here to see whether that proves to be correct, but I'm sure it will. The last thing I want to say is that all of us rely a good deal on the people we work with, so that I had a wonderful set of mentors, all of them creative iconoclasts, and I work with colleagues showing those similar qualities, so that anything that I may have achieved owes as much to them as to me. And so I will be very happy to accept the honorary degree, really on behalf of the field that I represent. Thank you.
I call upon the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University.
Chancellor, it gives me the greatest possible pleasure to invite you to confer the degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa on Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton. Hillary Clinton recently joined Twitter. In so doing, she described herself in the following terms: wife, mom, lawyer, woman and kids advocate, floor, to those of you who are not Secret Service agents, that is First Lady of Arkansas, FLOTUS, First Lady of the United States, US Senator, Secretary of State, author, dog owner, hair icon, pantsuit aficionado, glass ceiling cracker. She surprised many by her mastery of the medium, but surprising skeptics by her mastery of policy and the issues facing others is one of the hallmarks of 4 decades of public service, which have also been marked by a catalogue of firsts. She served as First Lady of the United States Senator for the state of New York, and Secretary of State of the United States. She is the first First Lady to have been elected to the Senate, and the first First Lady to serve in the Cabinet, as well as the first woman to be elected to statewide office in New York. Much earlier in her career, she was the first student to speak at a Wellesley College commencement, and was the first female partner of the Rose Law Firm in Arkansas. Another hallmark of this long, varied, distinguished, and continuing career is tenacious advocacy for the rights of women and children. Hillary Rodham was born in Chicago and started life as a Republican, canvassing at the age of 13 for Richard Nixon in the 1960 presidential election. She was president of the Young Republicans at Wellesley College, where she majored in political science. But the civil rights movement and the war in Vietnam altered her thinking, and she left the Republican Party. She attended Yale Law School, where she worked at the Yale Child Study Center. Her first scholarly article, Children Under the Law, was published in the Harvard Educational Review in 1973. Others followed, as well as her very influential 1996 book, It Takes a Village. Moving to Arkansas, she became one of only 2 female faculty members in the School of Law at the University of Arkansas, Fayetteville. She was twice named by the National Law Journal as one of the 100 most influential lawyers in America. During her time as First Lady, she was chair of the Education Standards Committee, co-founded the Arkansas Advocates for Children and Families, and served on the boards of the Children's Hospital and the Children's Defense Fund. As the first presidential partner with an independent professional identity, Hillary Clinton became a lightning rod for criticism of working women when she became First Lady. Her efforts to secure universal health care proved so divisive that she was forced to wear a bulletproof vest at times. Her ability to withstand unrelenting criticism of her clothes and her hair while trying to focus press attention on things that matter has led some of her supporters to wish for her a skin of Kevlar. As First Lady, she successfully led bipartisan efforts to provide health care to millions of American children through the Children's Health Insurance Program, to improve adoption and foster care systems, to reduce teenage pregnancy, and to tackle violence against women in the US. Internationally, too, Clinton was an ardent advocate for the rights of women and children. She famously declared at the 1996 World Conference on Women in Beijing, Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights. In 1997, with Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, she launched Vital Voices to promote the advancement of women as an integral part of US foreign policy. Elected and re-elected to the Senate, she surprised those anticipating a carpetbagger and an ideologue by her mastery of the issues facing New Yorkers and her pragmatism in forging solutions to their problems. After the 9/11 attacks, she was a forceful advocate for funding the rebuilding of New York and the health needs of the first responders. She also fought for better health care and benefits for wounded service members. In the Senate, she served on the Budget, Armed Services, Health, Education and Welfare, Environment and Public Works committees, and the Select Committee on Aging. In 2008, Hillary Clinton sought to become the first woman to be nominated for the presidency of the United States by a major party. She narrowly lost the nomination to Barack Obama, for whom she then campaigned. In her speech, suspending her campaign, she characteristically told her supporters, "Life is too short, time is too precious, and the stakes are too high to dwell on what might have been. We have to work together for what can still be." Appointed Secretary of State in January 2009, Clinton, whose endurance was legendary among the poor journalists assigned to keep up with her, traveled more than any of her predecessors, visiting 112 countries during her tenure. As she put it, "We have a lot of damage to repair." Her unglamorous but practical campaign to replace toxic fires with clean cook stoves will reduce carbon while saving countless lives. Through a smart power approach to foreign policy, Clinton sought to supplement reliance on military strength with reliance on America's economic and technological strengths, development aid, and human rights advocacy. She sought greater resources for the State Department and USAID, but also sought to make them more effective. Hillary Clinton is a trailblazer, and her tenacity and skill in forging ever onward has both inspired women everywhere and eased the path for the women who will try to follow her. Chancellor, for 4 decades of inspirational leadership, for advancing the cause of women and children everywhere, for improving the lives of millions of people, for bringing closer to the day when that glass ceiling is finally shattered, I ask you to confer on Hillary Rodham Clinton the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa.
Te ad gradum doctorus legum honoris causa promovio, cuius rei in symbolum, super te hoc biretum impono. Congratulations. To deliver the graduation address, I call upon the Honourable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Chancellor, Principal, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the recipients of honorary degrees, I offer our thanks and our congratulations on the occasion of this great university's 600th anniversary. Now, there was a time when St. Andrews was seen as the end of the earth, a place to hide holy relics, to escape the wrath of foreign kings and armies. St. Andrews has never been a place for calm seas, and that's a good thing. Because out of the churn and chop arise creativity and excellence. Today, this is where things begin. Teaching that opens the world, research that improves the world, even a love affair that enchants the world. Nurtured by academic freedom and public investment in higher education, this is a place not only so rich in tradition, but also in potential. Now, for a newcomer like myself, there is a lot to take in. How high on the shoulders to wear the gown? What do I do if I step on the pH? Can I take a May dip in September? So I could use a little guidance. Maybe some of the students here would be willing to take on another academic daughter. I have brought plenty of raisins in case you take me up on it. I do take comfort from knowing there is a long tradition of Americans being warmly welcomed here at St. Andrews. Every year, I learned, you educate more than 1,000 American students, exposing them to new ideas and perspectives, as well as according them with a first-class education. I've been proud and fortunate to hire a few St. Andrews alumni over the years, and I thank you for training them so well. As one of the world's great universities, you are also home to many American scholars and teachers, and as I accept this honorary degree, I am well aware I follow in the giant footsteps of another well-traveled American diplomat, Benjamin Franklin. Thanks to St. Andrews, we know him as Dr. Franklin. In addition to his degree, Dr. Franklin's visit in 1759 left him with a lasting affection for Scotland and relationships with leading figures of the Scottish Enlightenment, including Adam Smith and David Hume and Henry Home. Later, Dr. Franklin described his visits to Scotland as periods of the densest happiness he had ever known. I will be taking some of that dense happiness back with me. Sharing this stage with such an accomplished group of scholars and scientists, writers, and thinkers is daunting, I confess. Just listening to the descriptions of their accomplishments and reading more detail about each of them in the program, we see how much each has already contributed to the understanding of the world and of ourselves. But this is not only a retrospective about their great accomplishments individually. I think we have already heard from this podium today. This is a call to action as well. Their work tells us much about the challenges we face in the 21st century, as well as the opportunities that we can and should seize together. Some of the scientific findings and scholarly interpretations expand our awareness, while others pose questions that cause consternation. But all serve the high mission of truth-seeking, the only firm foundation for personal and political decision-making. Today, we see all around us challenges to the arts and the sciences coming from different directions. One of our honorands already spoke out about the absolute necessity of nurturing the arts, the so-called liberal arts, not only because of what they have already given us, but because of the promise of what they will continue to offer those who pay attention going forward. With the sciences, we have a different kind of challenge. Everyone loves science when it agrees with their pre-existing conception about what should be the discovery and its interpretation. But that is not what science is for. And science equally needs protection from interference and political abuse. I send greetings to Peter Higgs, who could not be with us today because of illness. Because when one thinks about his theory at the University of Edinburgh in 1964, that maybe a subatomic missing link actually existed and would help to explain how the universe fits together in a unified whole, lay people probably didn't pay much attention, but it lit up the world of physics and all that came after. And last year, a team of physicists working in a tunnel deep below the Swiss Alps, using the most powerful particle accelerator ever constructed, finally identified that elusive particle. Now, I don't pretend to understand the intricacies or even the most simplistic explanations of particle physics, but this discovery struck a chord with me. In my recent work on behalf of my country in international affairs, we too grapple with how to make sense of a world that is deeply interconnected and interdependent, but afflicted by group denial of real-world evidence and rejection of tolerance for views outside traditional thinking. I would love to find a particle that would help put the pieces of diplomacy together. We see it every day, the need to understand this interconnection and interdependence. Because of advances in technology and communications, events that were once isolated ripple across the globe. It's not only that a flu in Canton can become an epidemic in Chicago, or a standoff in the Straits of Hormuz can spike the price of oil in Aberdeen and cut the profits of factories in Glasgow. It's also that the courage of one young girl in Pakistan can inspire millions across the globe to demand access to education and opportunity. And a brilliant idea hatched in a flat in Fife can become a global business that improves the lives of millions. That is the power of interdependence. And whether some like it or not, countries and communities are more connected than ever before. And certainly, as one of our honorands has already demonstrated with his work, increasingly the real world mirrors the virtual world. An endless series of links. In effect, a worldwide web of interdependence surrounds us. Now, that networked world opens enormous opportunities for growth and innovation, but it also feeds complex, cross-cutting challenges like climate change, economic inequality, the proliferation of dangerous weapons, and perverse ideologies. Nations, businesses, and citizens alike have to adapt to this fast-changing world. We all have to work better, smarter, and more collaboratively. And institutions like St. Andrews must help lead the way. In a time of dwindling government resources in many parts of the world, I speak especially for my own country, while we have increasing environmental stresses, it's more important than ever to focus on what we mean by sustainability. This university has survived and thrived over 600 years, so you know something about this. Now, it cannot be done without high standards, even uncomfortable truth-telling, and without academia injecting its work into public debates without fear of intimidation or retaliation. Consider my fellow honoree, Lord Oxbrew. He was the chairman of one of the world's largest oil and gas companies. He was also a scientist who could look at the evidence and see where our planet is headed. So he shocked his industry colleagues by becoming a leading advocate for reducing carbon emissions and developing clean energy technologies. That's humanity's only hope, he says, and he's right. But he can't be a lone voice. There needs to be a growing chorus of academics, of decision makers in business and politics, and citizens making the same case. Or take Dr. Jane Goodall, the legendary conservationist and ventriloquist for primate sounds. She taught the world to better understand and even cherish chimpanzees and other endangered species. Now she's lending her voice and expertise to a cause near and dear to her heart and to mine, saving Africa's elephants who face extinction in the next 10 years because of a dramatic rise in poaching driven by armed groups and international criminal networks. Globalization is helping kill these animals by opening vast new consumer markets for ivory. So we need a global effort to save them. St. Andrew's Prize for the Environment, in partnership with ConocoPhillips, is spurring exactly the kind of innovation that comes from taking academia and having it work with the private sector, help to shape what the private sector both understands and is willing to do, and getting support from government to move forward. I appreciate in particular St. Andrew's funding in 2011 of a clean, safe, and affordable cooking stove. Now, when I first began talking about cooking stoves, there were, I could tell, some rolling eyes, some murmurs like, there she goes again. Where's the hard power that really matters in the world? Well, of course, I prefer to talk about smart power. Neither hard nor soft alone can produce what we want in the world of tomorrow. And a simple example of that are cooking stoves. Cooking stoves kill more than 2 million people each year, twice the number from malaria. In addition, it's the fourth leading cause of death now in the world, mostly for women and children breathing in the toxic fumes. What St. Andrews has done is to develop a stove that will help families in developing countries avoid toxic smoke from open fires. And furthermore, if someone says, well, that's all nice, but what does that mean to me? It will help decrease the pollution from soot that adds to global warming. And the way this stove has been constructed, it will serve as a source of much needed electricity because a single day of cooking will be able to fully charge a mobile phone. This was music to my ears, but it was an example of academics using your skills and knowledge to solve a real-world problem that then, as Secretary of State, I could hold up as an example because I started an organization called the Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves, which is working toward the goal of 100 million homes adopting clean stoves by 2020. It's this kind of synergy that I am seeking and encouraging. As we grow more interconnected and our societies become more diverse, in addition to helping each other learn to solve problems and finding ways to use evidence to do so, we need more voices speaking up for universal human rights. We've honored some of the great advocates here today who have spoken out courageously for women's rights, gay rights, and religious understanding, showing us that our communities and institutions are strongest when equality and opportunity are open to all people and freedom of conscience is respected. Here in the home of the Scottish Enlightenment and the great contributions from Scottish universities, we need to be reminded that it paved the way for much of the progress we now take for granted, not only in the West, but around the world. And it is important that as we chart our way forward in this new century, we bring with it the enlightened view that every individual around the world, regardless of gender, religion, race, ethnicity, or orientation, should be able to contribute to their societies and to have the chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. I wish to commend St. Andrews, which broke a barrier when you became the first of Scotland's ancient universities to be led by a woman. That's an important milestone. It's a great symbol because the equality for women everywhere remains one of the unfinished missions of our time. As we think about the work of those who have been honored today, read those descriptions and remind yourselves how many times it's implied, if not stated explicitly, that they swam against the tide, that they found areas of scholarship that were not conventional and traditional, that they took what they had learned, what they had experienced, and brought it to the world. We are confronting deep cultural and political differences. Change can be very wrenching, and it is difficult to bridge the gaps between and within societies. We will never agree on everything. We won't agree on where to go to dinner or what to order when we get there, and we won't agree about how to structure economies or how to improve governance, but spirited and principled debate is the lifeblood of democracies. And today, our democracies are under stress. It is more important than ever that we rally behind what started here and elsewhere, where the individual was endowed by his creator with those rights that enabled first men and slowly women and others to be full participants in their society. And now we need, in this new age, participation on a much grander scale to make the case for the importance of those fundamental values. Few have explained this better than the former rector of St. Andrews, John Stuart Mill. You're all familiar. Within On Liberty, he argued that a free and open marketplace of ideas is the only way to advance knowledge and move toward truth and understanding. I think our marketplace of ideas is bigger and busier than Mills ever could have imagined. And here at St. Andrews, you are right in the middle of it. We did just mark the 50th anniversary of Dr. King's March on Washington. And I was thinking about how today we need even to expand his very moving, aspirational words. We need not only to judge one another by the content of our character, but by the content of our minds and our hearts. Universities like this one bear a special responsibility. In his inaugural address as rector in 1867, Mill said that the university exists for the purpose of laying open to each succeeding generation the accumulated treasures of the thoughts of mankind. And he told students later that day, "You and your like are the hope and resource of your country in the coming generations." I would only slightly edit those words to say that you and your like are the hope and resource of our world in the coming generations. We look to you to help shape the ideas that will address the great challenges of our time, ideas that will originate in your libraries, in your laboratories, in your conversations, in your debates. We look for you to be part of a great movement of young people across our world who will not settle for the lowest common denominator, who will not give up your right to be heard, who will not take the easy path of conventional agreement with ideas and policies that are neither founded on evidence or common sense. We need you to be in a new vanguard for the kind of changes that we are seeking that will make a difference in this world, this network world, where we know more about what goes on everywhere than we used to know about what went on next door. We cannot succeed without great institutions like St. Andrews continuing to speak out, to break barriers, and we cannot succeed without young people who are willing to walk through those openings and help chart a new path for us all. So on behalf of all of my colleagues who have been so honored today, we regret we could not have been with you on the 500th anniversary, but we are delighted to have been with you on the 600th. We thank you for this great honor, but we also leave behind our hope and a challenge that in the years ahead, St. Andrews will continue to be a place of learning, a place of ferment, a place of excitement that will be looked back on in years to come as one of the engines of the kind of changes our young people and our world so richly deserve. Thank you very much.
Please stand for the benediction.
Gratia Domini nostri Jesu Christi, et caritas Dei, et communicatio Spiritus Sancti, sit cum omnibus nobis, in saecula saeculorum. Amen.